to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup. We'll see the number 4 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the 8th-ranked team, the LSU Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get right to the action. Kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. He's going to try for a return from a couple of yards deep in the end zone. And he's brought down at the 12. That's poor field position to start the drive. So Georgia's offense will get the first swing today. It'll go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today? Great offenses are able to stay ahead of the chains, and runs like that on first down are exactly what I'm talking about. Now you have a lot that you can call here on this second down.
Tackle, but first down. Dogs come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Receiver in motion now. Back to throw. It's Stockton. Caught by the receiver.
This defense has got to be aware of these quick throws to these wide receivers. They're lucky he didn't come up with more yards.
Looking for a gap. It's Frazier. And he's brought down, but not before he gets first down yardage. Off the play fake, looking to throw. He escapes the pocket. He's in the clear. And the junior decides to pick up the first down himself. Here comes play number 6 on this drive. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. They've got him, but he picks up 8 yards. Sets up a nice 2nd and 2.
This defensive coordinator better make some adjustments. This back is on fire to start this game. You better start committing those safeties down, overloading that line of scrimmage, because this back is physical, he's got speed, and he is tough to bring down.
To go with a direct snap. He'll be brought down just a few inches short of that first down marker. They're down and short on the 8th play of this opening drive. And the quarterback tucks it and takes off as a design run. That gain moves the ball to the 17. First down. Big guys up front, line up. It's first down. No connection there. The pass is incomplete. 2nd and 10 here. Keeping it on the ground here. That's a strong run. They finally tackle him down at the 4. The Dogs come to the line with first and goal. First and goal, handoff. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. So off the loss, it's 2nd and goal from the 8. Scanning the field, it's Stockton. The pocket breaking down. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
It just looked like the quarterback was holding on to the ball a bit too long that time, allowed the defense to be able to get the pressure, and they come up with the first sack of the game.
Great job by the defense so far. It's 3rd and goal from a long way out. Out of the gun now on third down. Deep shot toward the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Dogs.
Well, there's nothing more satisfying for an offense coordinator than having a quarterback that he can trust in these critical areas. Here you are, third and goal. What do? Put the ball in the hands of that quarterback. Whether he runs it in or throws it, you know he's going to make the right decision. Found the matchup, made the throw, and you get a touchdown to open the game.
They're set now to try the PAT. And the PAT makes it 7-0 to open scoring. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Bringing it out, it's Brown. He tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. So the LSU Tigers offense comes out for their first possession today. Because we know this top quarterback is a confident guy, but talking to him, he's also well aware how good that edge pass rusher on the other side is.
Well, he better be ready today. He's got great skill. We know what he's capable of doing, but this will be the best defensive end that he's faced all year with that kind of pass rushing ability. So he's going to have to maneuver around in that pocket to make plays.
Offense getting set. Second down play here. Looking to pass. It's Nussmeier. Finds his target, and it's complete. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. An important third down attempt for this offense. And the back now goes in motion. They're going to throw for it on third and short. Gets the ball off as it's hit, but it's incomplete. And the punt team now on to kick it away. Teams produce a score. Well, Kirk, we knew this guy was a dangerous returner. Took the football and just knifed through that coverage team.
You know, a lot of times we talk about vision. Usually we're talking about running backs trying to find a lane. But returners need to have that as well. And you saw how great vision allows this returner to kind of weave his way through the defenders for a touchdown.
With the PAT, they take a 14-0 lead. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. So it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. First play of the drive, he looks left for a completion. And the defense swarms not much of a gain on that completion. So 2nd and 7 at the 3-yard pickup. This offense trying to get something going on this drive. And they hand it off to the back. Has the first down and more. Taken down, but not before he makes the first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. And then first down, right back to the running game. Here he goes. They finally make the stop right near midfield. It'll be first down. LSU getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. Dropping back, it's Nussmeier. Gets made on the out route. Oh, and he heads out of bounds after a really nice gain there.
Chris, how about the offensive balance these last couple plays we're seeing from these guys? Not only are they balanced, but the explosiveness. A big run followed up by a big play through the air and puts a lot of pressure on this defense.
Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. Using his legs, it's Durham. Picks up a few yards there, and that's going to wrap up the first. Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far. Solid performance so far, creating some separation. Here's the first quarter stats. Crucial stage of the game as we begin the second quarter. Is this one going to get out of hand? Offense getting set for a 2nd down here to begin the quarter. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Finds his man. It's Anderson. And they tackle him, but not before he picks up the first. A new set of downs after that completion. Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff.
I'll take that every single time. Offensive line does a nice job up front. This back's vision and ability to get positive yards by lowering his pads on full display right there.
Running out of time in the pocket. Fires it on the move. He's got it in the open. And he's brought down, but there is a flag on the field. Let's check out this call. That's certainly part of calling an RPO. If everyone's not on the same page, you get an eager lineman too far downfield. They look to throw it here on second down. It's picked off. He tried to fire the ball into a tight window. Not much room in that return. Tackled at the 16, but an important takeaway for this defense.
How about this, Chris? The safety reads the quarterback's eyes perfectly and saw the throw before it even happened. If you're the quarterback, that's why it's so important to look those safeties off so they can't break on your throws.
Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. They pressure him and sack him. He'll be tackled inside the 10.
Well, that's the kind of play right there that this defense has been looking for. Maybe that'll spark them because, let's face it, this game has not gone the way they had hoped. But a play like that sometimes can create some momentum and change the complexion of the football game.
Second down and long from the 9-yard line. Dropping back, it's Stockton. Pressure is coming. Trapped again in the pocket.
Well, LSU for years has played a one-gap defense that loves to pin their ears and get upfield. It's a risky defense, and it requires great athleticism on the defensive line, something that they've had forever. Great sack here to keep that tradition alive, but you think back over the years, Booger McFarland and Marcus Spears and Glenn Dorsey and off the edge, Kiki Mingo, just so many great LSU defensive linemen that can get after that quarterback.
Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. The Dogs will line up to punt it away. Just able to get it away. Ball fielded at the 45. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. And here comes that LSU offense back onto the field. They had it going on the last drive, but it ended abruptly with the interception. Let's see what they can do here. Sophomore with a strong tackle there. The offense won with the 3-up. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
So here comes third and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. And the motion by the back now forces the defense to adjust. Drops back, looking to throw for it on third down. Nice grab. It's Anderson. And a big game before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
Well, you got to do a better job with your fake as a quarterback. The defense did not bite at all on the play action, allowing them to continue to come after the quarterback and come up with that sack.
Okay, we reached the 2-minute timeout. The offense some work to do here, trying to cut into this lead before halftime. So this offense faces a 2nd and 15. The O-line needs to regroup. Breaks free. And tackled after a small pickup there. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Grab down the middle. It's Anderson. The completion picks up about 8 yards, but sets up a 4th down play now. And the coach leaves his offense on the field to go for this one, needing to get a first down. Trying for a 4th down completion. And he dumps it off to the tight end. Breaks into the clear. They bring him down at the 18. The offense set up in the red zone with a first down. looking to throw it from the red zone. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They finally stop him, but that gain is good for a first and goal. Defense spends their second timeout to try to regroup. First and goal, a good chance to chip away at the lead before halftime. Running back has it on a screen now. Touchdown, Tigers! Great connection there for 6 points. A much-needed score for trying to just hang in this game right now.
Man, I love that they're not giving up. They are continuing to fight and try to get themselves back into this game.
And they'll set up now for the extra point try. PAT up and good to get a little bit closer. So after the touchdown, here's the kickoff, and we'll see if the opposing offense has time to answer before halftime. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And the coverage team pins him in and brings him down. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. To throw, it's Stockton. Lets it fly out of the wideout. Wide open downfield. They bring him down, but it's a big gainer for the 47.
And just like that, Chris, all of a sudden the offensive coordinator and the quarterback, they changed their approach. Now, that's a big play. So instead of just maybe trying to get into field goal range, now they're really thinking they got a shot to maybe get the ball in the end zone.
And one big play has moved the ball across midfield. 1st and 10 in enemy territory. And looking to throw now on first down. The pass rush closing in. The sure hands. It's Thomas. They bring him down quickly. A short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker.
This quarterback has a lot of different options, but I don't mind him getting this wide receiver involved so early in the game. Let him build up his confidence. He could have a monster day for you.
So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. Hot over the middle. It's Branch. He's in the clear. They finally make the stop, but a chunk play there moves the ball inside the 10. Timeout is called to talk strategy. Time for just 1 or 2 plays here before halftime. So on first down, the field goal unit will come out there trying to get 3 points before the half. And that one's straight down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
So here's the kickoff now. Offense settling for 3, tacking on a little bit of momentum before the halftime break. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he'll be brought down, and that will wrap up the first half of play. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
All right, guys, thanks. Looks like we've had ourselves a very enjoyable first half so far. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to watch this one unfold. Back to our guys in the booth.
And the Bulldogs will kick this away to start the second half. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Play action here on first down. Caught in the backfield. It's Sharp. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. That completion makes it second and medium. Send the back in motion. Looking to throw. It's Nussmeier. Grab down the middle. It's Anderson. And the gain just good enough for a first down. Offense cranking up the tempo now. No huddle.
Boy, this quarterback's doing a great job of just managing the game. Nice throw, good completion of the first down, and he's already got a play call. He's ready to snap the ball again.
They bring him down after a short gain there. No huddle now for the offense. Looking to throw yet again. Caught over the middle. It's sharp. They make the stop, but it's a big gain down to the 29.
What a gain here. Big play for this offense. The quarterback and receiver just seem to be in sync. Tough on that corner to try to make a play on that ball.
This LSU offense is moving quickly down the field. On first down, it's play action. It's a short completion to the big tight end. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Pass complete. It's second down now. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it. It's incomplete. That was caused by the defensive pressure. And now it brings up third down. Urgency now for the offense that hates to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. And he'll drop back here on third down. Taking a shot deep toward the end zone. Oh, nearly an interception down there in the end zone. Could not quite hold on. It'll bring up fourth down now. Coach is going to take the 3 points. Here comes the field goal unit. Makes it look easy.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He has got a strong leg. Not surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. Looks like the returner will try and field this one. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. An inside give now from the shotgun. Gabe moves the ball out past the 25-yard line. Second down after that run on the previous play. Running back with the football. He stopped and gets a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. They're going to run it. And they try the middle, but stuck for no gain. Here's the second down play. To the air, it's Stockton. Receiver makes the catch. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yards on the play.
Great accuracy here by the quarterback, hitting his receiver in stride on that slant, and it gave him a chance to pick up some yards after the catch.
Georgia setting up with a 1st and 10 now. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. 5-yard gain, so it's 2nd and 5. And from the shotgun, an inside handoff. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the marker, inches away. And the quarterback keeps it here. He's going to lose ground on the run. Now it's going to bring up 4th and short. So check it out. Here comes the field goal team. They are a long way out, putting a lot of trust in the kicker here. Oh, and he missed it. The kick is no good. The lead remains at 7 after the miss.
That's a missed opportunity for some points here. The way they were moving the football, I thought maybe a touchdown, at the very least 3 points, but instead, he shanks it.
Here comes the first play of the drive now from the 44. They start the drive with a quick throw to the left side. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. Second down after that previous play. Off the play fake, looking to pass it. A deep shot to the right. Makes the grab way downfield. They're just outside the red zone now.
Chris, is it possible to be DBU and wide receiver U at the same time? I think the LSU fans think it's possible. They always seem to have great defensive backs, and they always have pass catchers that just show up and show out week after week, year after year.
Back to pass. It's Nussmeier. The quarterback finds an open target on the left side. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. And now the handoff. Shoots to get free. The tackle is made. The offense is now set up with a 1st and goal from the 8. The offense in scoring position with a new set of downs. Quarterback keeps the football. Quarterback gets down to avoid the tackle. Solid gain puts him in good position for 2nd down and goal. They'll try to run it with the option. Pitch to the back. He muscles into the end zone. Touchdown, LSU.
Man, that is a great example of the option. Pitch it out perfectly. They completely caught the defense off balance down near the goal line, and it translates into a touchdown.
And now here comes the point after attempt. The PAT is up and good, so we're tied up here in the 3rd quarter. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Return starts from inside the 5. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Offense out there to start a new drive from the 21. Looking to throw it on 1st down. On the run here, lets it go. With the catch, here's Thomas. They make the tackle, but he gains enough to make the 1st down in what should be the last play of the 3rd quarter. We get to the end of 3. It's been a tremendous competitive battle, Kirk, as we check out some of the stats so far. And let's see how this one unfolds in the final quarter, set to get underway. So here we go, first play of the quarter. The offense has a 1st down. Scanning the field, it's Stockton. He cannot escape, it's a sack.
A really good job by this defense. The quarterback looked to be trying to work through his progressions to find his open receiver, but before he knew it, he's on his back.
We'll see if they can overcome the sack. 2nd and very long. Takes off in a bootleg. Bringing pressure. Under pressure, just lets it go.
Boy, that pass rush got in there in a hurry. Great job by this defense of disrupting the rhythm and timing between the quarterback and the receivers.
Looking to throw it on 3rd and very long. The defense stops him short of the marker, so it's 4th down coming up. The Bulldogs will send their punt team onto the field. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. Coverage team able to bring the returner to the ground. Here's the first play of the drive. He started at the 28. They'll run it to the left. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Running play goes backwards. Makes it 2nd down and 12 now. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Makes the grab. It's Brown. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. Here we go. Crucial play coming up. It's 3rd down and 3. Looking to pick up the 1st down through the air. It's an out route. The catch made. Looks like LSU has the 1st down. 1st down and 10. QB decides to keep it here. It's a fumble behind the line. The offense able to fall on it and avoid the turnover. Got lucky that time. Back goes in motion now. Let's see how the defense adjusts. To throw, it's Nussmeier.
That's what makes this tight end so dangerous. You can flex him out into that slot position. He shows his versatility. He can be an inline guy that can block, but here he shows you what he can do with his hands.
He's running out of time here.
Swarm with a pass rush, a sack. This is good pressure by the defense, but it just felt like the quarterback was holding on to the ball a little bit too long, which allowed the defense to get home.
The punt team making their way on the field. Remember, his first attempt was returned for a touchdown. See if he can make something happen with the return. And they've got the returner corralled. The first play of this drive now, they're set up at the 34. Out of the shotgun, will hand it off. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Second down after that run on the previous play. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. Trying to create here on the move. Oh, what a grab! That game moves the ball across midfield. First down coming up from the 46. Gonna run it. It's Frazier. They test the middle of the defense, but get nothing. Offense getting set. It's second down. The clock is stopped, and we have just 2 minutes to play in this game now. Important second down play coming up. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Looking to pass. It's Stockton. Defense is coming after him. Grab down the middle. It's Frazier. Timeout called by the defense. They'll go to the sideline and try to adjust. That's their first timeout. So on fourth down, out trots the place kicker in a very big spot here. And he's got it from 58 yards away. Never in doubt.
There's nothing more impressive to me than a kicker that can come through in the clutch. Gives them the lead here in the fourth quarter, but there's still time left for a final drive, so their defense will have to step up.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. Returner choosing to field this one. Be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the first play of the drive now coming up from the 17-yard line. First down, looking to throw the ball. Caught over the middle. It's Hilton. And uses his speed to pick up solid yardage. Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Delivers quickly to the left side. Catch made in space. Look out. Oh, and he's free down the left side. Can they run him down? Touchdown, LSU. They jump on top now here in the fourth.
Well, this is why they love this guy so much, is when it's crunch time, he makes plays like this. What I love is the quarterback knows all I got to do is get the ball in his hands, and he can do the rest of the work and get it all the way to the end zone. Great play.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. PAT up and good. So the lead is 4 here in the final quarter. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And the returner will be brought down. In the first play of the drive now, they're backed up at the 12-yard line. Here's the option play. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. They'll have to hurry now. Second down with the clock ticking. Looking downfield, it's Stockton. Gets rid of it on the move. Grab down the middle, it's Thomas. And the offense will wisely spend a timeout after the play. Clock management's going to be very important here in the final minutes. They've got to get points quickly here, looking for explosive plays right now. On 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it here. Caught over the middle, it's Frazier. Moves the ball to the 25, good enough for a first down. There's the snap, quarterback setting up to throw. Pass is incomplete. The defense affecting the quarterback with pressure there. They'll get set, needing to score quickly now, looking for some big plays right here. And the QB will try again on 2nd and 10. With the catch, it's Branch. Tackled quickly after the catch, he'll be short of the marker. Shotgun formation here on 3rd down. Grab down the middle, it's Branch. The offense calls time now with 29 seconds remaining. They need to score quickly here, trying to dial up some big plays. That now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Here comes a first down pass attempt. That's caught. It's Branch. The offense will spend a timeout here. 25 seconds on the clock. Offense needs points quickly here, trying to dial up some explosive plays. Let's see what they've got called. 2nd down, we're going to throw it. Looking for his big tight end. Oh, he makes the catch! They make the stop, but it's a big play. The 31. So it's a first down here. The clock is stopped temporarily, but they'll get to the line quickly. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. To throw, it's Stockton. Short throw complete to the tight end. And they wrap him up after the completion, just short of the first down marker. Brings up 3rd down. to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup. We'll see the number 4 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the 7th-ranked team in the land, the Clemson Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Herbstreit. Let's get this thing underway. Tigers will kick this team to get us going. He's going to return it from near the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. The Bulldogs offense trots out there to open this game. We've seen this quarterback build a reputation for making plays when his team really needs him.
Well, I think the best thing about him is he's just consistent. You know what you're going to get with this guy. He typically makes very good decisions, but every once in a while, when he needs to step up and make a play, he's more than capable.
Moves his way for a first down to the 35. Offense will keep it on the ground here. He's brought down, but there is a penalty marker out there. Let's check out this call.
Offside for defense.
What I always love to see on these offsides call is when they're always pointing at each other. He did it. I didn't do it. Put it on him. We know this time it's on the defense. They're going to make the right call.
Going absolutely nowhere. That would be a loss of play. Quarterback still with the football. Here he goes. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Dogs come to the line to set a first set of downs. Looking downfield. It's Stockton. The receiver grabs it.
Love the timing here between the quarterback and his receiver. Pick up some positive yards, and I continue to be impressed with just the chemistry between these two.
That completion makes it second and short. Motion by the back. Defense better adjust. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Zero running room. Stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Big moment on the opening drive. They face third down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. This one's going to fall incomplete. Brings up fourth down. The Dogs bring their punt team onto the field. And off the bounce, that punt will roll out of bounds. So the Clemson Tigers offense takes the field. Our first chance to see them today. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
And he's brought down, but they went backwards after the completion. Good work by the defense. They're backed up here, trying to make something happen on third and long. Dropping back, they're going to throw for the first down. Hit as he releases it, and the pass ball is incomplete. The Tigers will line up to boot it away. And the offense will have to punt for the first time this afternoon. And the returner elects to fair catch it. No return. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 39. Off the play fake, looking to throw. And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. Big man finally brought down by the quarterback. That was a tough assignment.
Well, this is why running the football is so important. You run the ball and then you go play action. It affects the eyes of the safeties and the linebackers and frees up some space for the tight end to be able to pick up a nice gain.
Handoff here from the shotgun. And the sophomore able to bring him down quickly. It's third down for the offense. Can he get there on the ground? Tackled way behind the line. He'll lose 6 there. Dogs will line up to kick it away. When he comes for his second punt of the game. Not what he was hoping for. Instead of pinning the offense deep, it's a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Tight end makes the grab. Breaks into the clear. They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain.
Well, this is what coaches love to see. A quarterback with the ability to read the defense properly and then just get it to the open man. Sometimes it sounds simple, but it's tough to execute. This time we have good recognition by the quarterback. Then he gets it down to the tight end. You can see what he can do after the catch.
Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. Back-to-back chunk plays to begin the drive. The defense on their heels. Back in motion now. He gets loose. He's brought down after a short gain. That's not going to be first down yardage. Getting set. Here's second down. Dropping back. It's Klubnik. His sure hands. It's Haynes. And the defense grabs him after the completion. He's just short of a first down. The catch makes it a more manageable third down. Try and muscle for the first down. They move the ball across midfield and set up a fresh set of downs. This comes on offense moving quickly down the field. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Pump over the middle. It's Moore. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play.
How about the offense here dialing up a good zone beater? Let's give credit to the coordinator for calling the right play at the right time and the receiver finding the hole in that zone.
Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. On the run, it's Haynes. And just a short gain this time. They're able to get him down. Getting set for the second quarter here. Both offenses searching for a spark. They didn't do much in the first quarter at all. As we get lined up here for quarter number 2, we'll see if the offenses can get going. They didn't do much in the opening quarter. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. And the quarterback dropping back. That's caught. It's Williams. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. They come up third and short. This is the 8th play of the drive. Out of the gun now on third down. Fires it to the wideout. Makes the grab with plenty of room to run. They bring him down, but not before he picks up first and goal yardage to the 9.
But these guys clearly weren't even thinking about a field goal in this one. They know that field goals won't win a game like this anyway, so be aggressive. And now it's first and goal.
And the Tigers will line up now. It's first and goal. To the air, it's Klubnik. Makes the catch. Can he get in? And he will score. Touchdown, Clemson.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath, just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
Here comes the point after attempt. PAT makes it 7-0. After putting up a touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. He'll bring it out from his end zone. That's strong coverage where they tackle him at the 11-yard line. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin from their own 11. to 23 as they gain some important breathing room. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. From the shotgun, drops back looking for an open man. He's looking to scramble. A solid 8-yard gain brings up a 2nd and 2. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Nowhere to run up the middle. So ball at the 30. This is a manageable 3rd down play for the offense. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Quick completion to the tight end. Looks like Georgia will have the first down. First down here for this offense. Looking for a gap. It's Frazier. Just a small gain. Looking at 2nd and 9. Bell. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. The offense now looking at a 3rd and short in their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. Back to throw. It's Stockton. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. And the Bulldogs will line up to punt it away. Oh, and it lands at the 4 and bounces in for a touchback. So the first play of the drive coming up here, under 3 minutes to play before half. Opening play of the drive, quick throw to the left. Who's in the clear? Wow, juked the first tackler. That was enough to make the first down. Quick pass, the catch is made. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down. First down, looking to throw the football. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
I thought the defense might just give up after that last play, such a big game, already trailing in this game, but instead, how about the turn of events? Big-time sack, see if they can create some momentum now.
Second and long for this offense after the sack. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Short pass finds the tight end. Now from the 40, the offense faces a 3rd and long to keep this drive going. It's the 2-minute timeout. Nice to have a close game here as we approach the half. Now in 3rd and very long, looking to throw. And the quarterback finds the tight end for the completion. The defense will wrap him up after a 7-yard gain. It'll bring up 4th down. The Tigers will have to punt this one away. Looking to kick it away for the 2nd time. And he lets it land, and it'll just bounce out of bounds. Back to pass. It's Stockton. Snags a quick throw. And they'll step out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage there. The defense pursuit forced him out. Quarterback looking to throw it on 2nd down. The pocket breaking down. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half, as they try to make some adjustments here.
Well, the defense would not be denied on this play. They come up with a sack. Quarterback really didn't have much of a chance at all. Lucky he just held on to the ball.
Can't hold on. Good defensive play brings up a 4th down. The Bulldogs will bring their punt team on the field now. The returner is brought down. Gets it started on the next drive. And now the first play of this drive will begin at the 36. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Running back grabs it on the screen.
Screen plays are risky because the defense can get to the quarterback and it also can be covered. Many times, the quarterback just throws it away. Here they get some positive yardage.
Finds that big tight end for a short pass. He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the first down.
Not huge yards, but all that matters is he catches the ball, secures it, and picks up first down yardage.
High completion, good for a first down. The offense working with a new set of downs here. From the shotgun, drops back. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. Tackle is made. It's a short gain, well short of the marker. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. What a catch! They make the stop at the 34, but suddenly this offense is in scoring position now. First down. Clemson getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. There's some pre-snap movement in the backfield. He breaks free. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. The offense will quickly spend a timeout here after the play. Second down play coming up for this offense. Looking to throw. It's Klubnik. Makes the catch downfield. They bring him down to the 13. This offense really threatening now to score. It'll be first down. From inside the red zone, they're looking to throw. It's a wide receiver screen. Brought down to the completion, moves the ball down to the 4. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack. So a timeout is called. Just a few seconds left here in the first half. So it's third down, but out comes the field goal unit. They'll try to add 3 points before halftime. Who got it? The field goal's good. And they add to their lead.
And that one, my gosh, I mean, it's almost too easy. Nice kick.
Kickoff now. Offense settling for 3, tacking on a little bit of momentum before the halftime break. And here's the return from inside the 5. They make the tackle as time expires. That'll do it for the first half. The Meadows going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
All right, thanks, guys. And through 2 quarters of ball, it looks like we're in for another fun one here today. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. It's time to throw it back to our guys in the booth to start up the second half.
He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback. They'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. With some pre-snap movement, back in motion. Breaks free. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Dropping back, it's Klubnik. A short completion of the tight end. Sophomore with a strong tackle there. Offense sets the formation. It's third down. Out of the gun now on third down. Fires it to the wideout. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up fourth down now. And the Tigers will line up to punt it away. Returner brought down by the coverage team. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. He hands it off from the gun. And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Now it's second down here. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. Quick throw complete to the tight end. He's swarmed by the defense. Third down. The offense desperately needs a conversion here, trailing in the third quarter. It's a quarterback keeper. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Ducks will bring their punt team onto the field. On the kick now for the 5th time today. He was hoping that would check up, but a big bounce sends it into the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. And looking to throw now on first down. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. After the incompletion, 2nd and 10. What can they do here to make it third and manageable? And he's back to throw again after that incompletion on first down. Makes the grab. It's Williams.
Well, you can tell the quarterback knew exactly what he wanted to do with the football. He was going to that in route no matter what. He hits it for a nice gain.
Back to throw. It's Klubnik. Receiver makes the grab. Tackled at the 32. That's enough for a first down. The Tigers come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. The offense with some pre-snap motion. From the shotgun now. Here's an inside give. Tackle made after just a short gain. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. He makes the grab. Tackle made after a big play all the way to the 41.
Man, another big-time catch by a Clemson wide receiver. How long have you and I been saying that, it seems like, over the years? Going back to Sammy Watkins and DeAndre Hopkins and Mike Williams and Hunter Renfrow and T. Higgins, all those guys on to the NFL having great careers, and now watching these players today in that same Clemson uniform making those big plays.
That's a nice pickup there. They find some space in the zone and pick up the first down.
Yeah, really nice call here, Chris, to be able to pick up this first down on this drag route. The quarterback does a nice job of being patient, waiting for that window to open up in that zone, and he put it right on the money for the receiver to have a chance to not just catch it, but eventually get the first.
They finally stop him, but a solid play sets him up. First and goal at the 9. And the Tigers trying to punch it in. It's first and goal. Here's the handoff on first and goal. Slams right into a wall. They got him for a loss. Ball back at the 10-yard line now for second and goal. Handoff inside, looking for the touchdown. Makes the catch, but the defense breaks in the ball, and it's a short gain. The offense has been moving backwards here. Now a long way to go on third and goal. Out of the gun now on third down. Running out of time in the pocket. And the scramble moves it closer to the goal line. The defense able to grab it. So here comes the kicking team on the field. They'll settle for 3. It's a short attempt, but from the left hash mark, a severe angle here. Knocks that one right down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
Away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Fielded in the end zone. It's Branch. And the coverage team gets the returner to the ground. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. Scanning the field. It's Stockton. Sacked. It's a loss back to the 6.
And just like that, you squeeze the life out of this offense. That's another sack by this defense. They have been in that backfield the entire game, and a big reason why these guys are enjoying a lead.
Backed up to the 6-yard line. It's second and long. Caught behind the line. It's Bell. Finding space at the 20. Tackle made, but it moves the ball to the 25 as they try to get this drive going.
That's a first down for the offense.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. Looking for a man. Moves out of the pocket. Tries to get to the marker with his legs, but comes up a little short on the scramble. So Clemson has the lead here, Kirk, as we head to the quarter break. We've reached the end of the third. Time is running out to cut into this lead. Let's check out the game stats before we go on. We're set now for the fourth quarter. Who is going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? Offense getting set for a second down here to begin the quarter. A play action, looking to throw. Short connection to the tight end here. And that gain enough for a fresh set of downs. Spotted at the 48.
Chris, that's a huge play for this offense. And keep in mind, they haven't scored a point yet. So to be able to come up with a play like this late in the game, maybe some confidence building here to be able to get that first touchdown. Who knows? Maybe they could be in business.
This Georgia offense is moving quickly down the field. Off the play fake on first down. Looking for the wideout. He's got a man down the middle. They get him down, but not before he gets to the plus 38. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. Looking to pass. It's Stockton. Comes up with the catch. Catch made quickly, but a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 25. Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Grab down the middle. It's Branch. They get him on the ground finally, but it'll be first down from the 14. Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. Grabbed by the receiver. Brought down at the 5 after the catch. The offense really threatening now. They look to throw it here on second down. Motors into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Great job here by this quarterback, not forcing the throw. Nobody's open. Does it himself, able to use the speed that he has to get to the end zone for this touchdown.
And now they'll set up for the point after. PHC is good and still trailed up. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Bringing it out, it's Williams. Tackle at the 13, not great field position to start the drive. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. Looking to throw it on first down. Delivers from the pocket, complete over the middle. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. Working clock with the ground game. Got the first down and still motoring. They tackle him at the 38. Solid gain. Nice play there.
And that's going to be a first down. And really, Chris, kind of surprised here in the fourth quarter not to see this defense dial up some pressure. They're just sitting back in the base, making it relatively easy for the offense to pick up a first down on the ground.
The offense is clicking, and the defense just searching for answers now. Dropping back, it's Klubnik. Block over the middle, it's Moore. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. The drive stays alive with that first down completion. Gives it to the back. And he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. And now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Here's a quick screen to the receiver. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. They'll run it here. Breaks into open space. Stopped right there at the line, no gain. So the clock stops as we head into the final 2 minutes of play here. This defense needing to step up and make a play now. And at fourth down, they'll punt it away here. The punt bounces and goes out of bounds, so no chance of a return here. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. First down, looking to throw the ball. Pulls it in. It's Thomas. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? They desperately need it. Grab down the middle. It's Thomas. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball for 31. The clock is still running. They got to get set quickly. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Looking to scramble. Crosses the 45. And the junior quarterback shows his toughness, keeps this drive moving.
How many times have we seen this late in the 4th quarter? Because you know the pass rush is going to get after him. They get upfield. They have a great pass rush. What do they create? Space and running lanes. And he takes off and picks up some nice yards.
Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. Pump over the middle. It's Bell. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. Dropping back, it's Stockton. And he dumps it off to the tight end. They'll step out of bounds to stop the clock. That is perfect execution there. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. It's a short completion to the big tight end. They stop him after a short gain. It's not a 1st down. They'll crank up the tempo here on 2nd down. The time is running out. Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. Drops back, needing a 3rd down completion here. Short throw complete to the tight end. And he shoved out of bounds with the defense short of the 1st down marker. Here we are late in a 1-score game. They're going to go for it on 4th down. They're moving the receiver now before the snap. And he's throwing for it on 4th down. Pressure is coming. He's got it, and that is enough for a 1st down. They've got him, but they convert on 4th down, and the drive keeps going. The Dogs come to the line in the hurry up. The offense spikes the ball here, looking to preserve as much clock as they can. Becoming a long march. Play number 10 of the drive coming up. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. The receiver makes the catch. He's tackled, but down at the 9-yard line. Defense getting pushed around. And the offense wisely spikes the ball here to stop the clock. So here we go. Down 1 score. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Crucial play here. They go to the air. Looking for 6. And it's picked off in the end zone. And the defense is going to win this game, crushing any chance of a comeback. Now they can secure the W by just kneeling down. So with the lead secure here, it's time to just take a knee, run out the clock, and plan the victory celebration. Ball is snapped, and the quarterback will just take a knee.